How's everybody? Hope you are doing well. We're back. Got more Froge. A little bit more Froge to do. I always feel like I'm forgetting something. What am I forgetting? There's something I was gonna do, but things changed. Okay. Remembered. We're good. Caught up. Yeah, here we are. And we gotta finish this. Goof around with the sculpt a little bit more. There may or may not be some problems with it. Besides just that it could be better. Obviously better. But, well, wife said it looked like Blastoise. And you know, my wife's opinion is very important to me. I'm a wee bit gutted. So, we're, I don't know how much I should change that, because if I put any weapon on any animal's back, we're getting towards, like, the Blastoise factor. You know what I mean? Sorry, save this as a... Can run free without fear. Yeah. My reference up so I can see. Harlequin frogs. Purple harlequin. They're so cute. Figure out what we're doing. But this isn't rigid. This is like flat back. This is rigid, but not the same kind of rigid. It's okay to experiment or create some new stuff, but I just don't like it. We could find more reference to support something similar, or we just make it boxy. I like this guy. This guy has some stuff going on. Like, his head's a little bit more sleek and bulbous at the same time, if that makes sense. Yeah, maybe sleeker than I actually want. Oh, the eyes should move forward. I think. Either way, could give it the shape and placement is okay, but forward. It's an ear. Kind of looks like an ear. Man, Blastoise already looks, I don't know, not like a turtle head to me. So it's a little confusing. I think I duped that. Oh well, good thing we made a backup. Man, my danger by numbers game is really coming along. I think I have my my checks correct. Thing that's checking to see if you're wrong or right when you place down one of your answers. I'm really excited about that. It's coming along. Tempted to move the eye. We coming in like a wrecking ball. We changing stuff. Hopefully for the better. We'll see. And then we'll round the nose, because I kind of like the round nose. I think that's good. Feels very defensive. And then widen out the eye sockets a little bit. Something like that. I mean, immediately more frog-like. We'll get the eye a lot better today, hopefully. They have distinctive eyes. I want to at least give them a couple of concentric rings. And take a little bit of care, because I kind of like that. Yeah, this feels like a bit more hard surface. So we'll work on that. This shape is a little weird. I don't know. It looks so derp when I like try and make his skull smaller than the eyes. Very derp. This needs to get thinner, otherwise it looks more like a nematode, a newt or something. And then the thing about the hard surface is this is Be like a just be a little bit more of a ridge. A cool feature. It's like an eye blast shield. It's almost architectural. Interesting. Get a little bit more eyelid. Mirroring's definitely wonky, so we should probably get the mirroring better soon. And this dish ever so guess part of the Blastoise thing could be too much this. Too much neck. to bring the whole head down a bit. So, trying to think about how it's going to rotate. And if I rotate here, because I feel like this is the center of this volume, this is going to stretch a lot. And then this shouldn't buckle. Maybe that's what we want, though. We want to put it down here so we get a stretch here and less stretch here. Because I don't mind adding more neck. And again, we might also arch the back a little bit to get the right pose. So much to consider. Tempted to bring an early prototype through to a stage where I can rig it. We'll ignore texture. I don't think you need texture to see a proper rig. I think you can just kind of see how the volume holds up. So I think it is important to try that just to make sure that I'm going to be able to get all the poses that I need to. Thin this out more, bend a lot easier. You could try that. So test rig will take a bit of time. It will also give me a really good idea, or maybe the foundation of final rig. It's definitely beneficial. Oh, where did some? I feel like a lot of this is overly connected when they're really not. You see a stretched out frog, they are tiny little hip connections. Tiny, teeny tiny. Maybe I should have pulled the legs out to the side. Get teeny tiny, really, really thin. Okay, that's closer. Yeah, this will need to get some volume back in. I might pull the knees out more for that. Or maybe I just get the joint to where I want. And then we fix the add one. It's actually hard for me to read. Connect them legs. And the gut. We both get a little bit bigger. Okay, not too shabby. Okay. Yeah. Think. What do we do next? Legs aren't doing too bad. A little bit better about them. Maybe we do the neck. Neck a little bit thinner on top so it'll flex better. Yeah, we'll just drop a section down. Like that, so like angle the neck a bit so then we can move the base down. You know, it kind of has the form of like a bearded lizard. Very lizardy. I'm making a very lizardy frog. Because I'm thinking small eyes. Small eyes with a frog head. Maybe like this, like this. We can mostly just sit the back down. Looks recessed. Very important. Very important. We should probably build up the edge a bit. We can make it transform from one of those big back blisters into this. That would be cool. Even if the back blister looks a little head-like. I may not want this to be flat, but I feel like I need to flatten it a bit so that way we can put detail in later. For now, just not enough geometry to even differentiate. Cleaning it up a little bit. Okay, I need to change it. A little too haunted house. Maybe literally designed for. That's fine. A little bit odd. It's not going to match up if we try and click. That feels better. Going with the same head motif. This has to be rounded. Yo, Tony. Favorite American dev. Aw, that's big praise. Thank you. What are you up to today? Sad and sorrow. I'm contemplative. Wife said that my frog looked like a Blastoise, and you know I can't have Pokemon. Though maybe my game is just fighting hyper realistic Pokemon. Is that the worst thing in the world? Especially first generation Pokemon, so good. Lurks in the shadows? Oh, got our new Larko mode. Let me back this up real quick. Please select. Save. Got our new Lurk emote, and I'm excited. It might not be in my newest or my unupdated notes there. That work? I don't see it here. Oh, it works on web client, just not on my OBS. Well, yeah. We have our lurk emote. We can have goblins climbing up into all sorts of people's chats. Pokemon even being ridiculously simple, it's very addictive. You mean the game? I kind of mean like the forms. Games are good though, some of them. I might take the ridges out. You played Pokemon Yellow 35 years ago? Can't be 35 years ago. I guess it could have been 25 years ago. Maybe. Maybe. Man, that kills me. I'm so old. Maybe 43? Yeah. Back in 43. Like this exactly. Getting somewhere. Or maybe 53. Hey, Catless, how are you? What are you up to? Man, I remember when Pokemon were more than just circles with eyes on them. Okay, need more reference. Or do we just extend this like crazy? I'll try and go really with it. Not too bad. Definitely have to work on the feet. I mean, kinda. Could be a thing. Still lurking? Or are you? Never played Pokemon? That's fine. No worries. I mean, it's a JRPG with a very unique mechanic, right? Have you played JRPGs? Any of the Final Fantasies, or Tony would say Breath of Fire? 2 trillion points to have your name in the game. Bigger number than you've seen in Twitch. Yes, I want the biggest number. I've seen 1 million. I've accrued 1 million points in someone's channel, and I am a mod in their channel, so I can't redeem the VIP. So very sad. But it only took me a few years. This is like long-term goals. Yeah, I have no idea how long. We'll maybe make it lower. I watched a friend play Final Fantasy VII on PS1 and have hated Final Fantasy series ever since. That's fair. While it's many people's, I think, favorite Final Fantasy, there's something about it that makes it stand out as being very unique. Whereas to me, 9 is my favorite. It is like a really, I don't know, it's a good story. It's interesting. It's more fantasy. I like the characters more. You just say counting after he dies. All right, maybe we'll bring it down. Actually, no, isn't it a billion? The billion points. Yeah, maybe I should make it like 2 million. 2 million will take like over a year, I think. 9's your favorite also? Nice. The world and story on Final Fantasy VII would be okay for what you could tell, but the gameplay and mechanics were very atrocious. Okay, so maybe you don't like JRPGs. Have you seen or tried Kingdom Hearts? Because that's the newest iteration of JRPG, is the action RPG or action JRPG. It's still similar. It has the menus, but you can just kind of like hit an attack button and get into an interesting position. I think it's okay. I just wish the story wasn't so bad in Kingdom Hearts. Like the first one's great, and then everything after that is absolute edgelord anime trash. It's like, hey, let's introduce 26 new characters that all look exactly the same, and that no one will care about. Or, you know, someone. There'll be one person that cares about each one of these characters out of the millions of people that play them. But to actually meet most of these characters and find their backstories, you actually need to have a Game Boy Advanced or PSP or a DS or like there were some weird installments, I think. I guess it's all PSP. It never really went to Nintendo. Yeah, I never went to the side things, and they're just they had to have story, so they just made up story and made up characters, but then they felt the need to actually tie the side stories back into the main story, and that's where it's a absolute mess. If they did a reboot of that entirely, I might be there for that. Isn't that the mix-up? Yeah. Going to Disney? Mm-hmm. Can't even? That's fine. The gameplay was more interesting. Also, the sandbox nature of having a different world that could have very different mechanics in it and like different style, kind of cool. Okay, but again, I think it's a billion. Am I not wrong? Or am I? Because 6 zeros is a trillion, or is a million. So then a billion would be 100 million, right? We add more zeros, not 100 million, 1,000 million. Brain's not working today. So yeah, it's just 2,000 million. So it's 2 billion. Okay, maybe. I'll bring it down a little bit. But no, I still think it's 2 billion. Again, because million is 6. And then you can have 100 million. So then you need to have 1,000 million to be a billion. That makes it 9 zeros. Actually, trillion has 4 sets of 3 zeros. Short or long scale? Huh? Catless confused me today. Congratulations. You are the person that did it. I'm confused. Okay, maybe we move the pump a little further back. Short scale billion is 10 to the 9th. Long scale is 10 to the 2. Ten to the 12th. I'm confused. Where are these used? That's why you like the redeem more? Mike Mouse? Far too easy if we couldn't have 3 order of magnitude difference for the same words. Current usage. Okay, let's get some learning in. I need some distractions. Oh, interesting. So wait, short scale is many, many places, including the US? Most English language countries? Arabic speaking countries are on long scale. That's really interesting. Or no, are they just other? They're other short scale. What is long scale then? A few places. Sorry, I thought this would be more clear. It is so staggered. It doesn't tell me very much, except that everywhere has a form of short and long scale. Map is wrong too. Here, milliard is a thing. Or milliard? I guess I'm always short scale. Like east, so it says a lot of Eastern Europe and Northern Africa, parts of Asia are on short scale with milliard, mostly. Okay, that is interesting. So, Central America, large portions of South America, West Africa, and Western Europe's on long scale. Huh. Learn something new every day. Many zeros is more cooler? I agree. Except there is a point where I think we should stop using zeros and we should start using BT, QA, QI, S. Well, wait, H? Hexy? Whatever. You know what I mean. I haven't played Cookie Clicker in a long time. Or, wait, what was the one I was really playing? I played Cookie Clicker, but then I went to some Office Space clicker game that I was playing for a while. Scientific notation factoring to a number. It is cool. I should get more used to the scientific notation. It trips me up. It takes me a second to think about how many zeros it actually is, because it's 10, so you have to like subtract 1. You're going back. You'd used it in physics lab a long time ago. Man, it's been a while since I've been in a science class. There should be adult science, right? I feel like we should all have opportunities to go back to school, I guess. Not only do we forget things, man, do we forget things, but we also learn new things, and then the adults just don't learn the new stuff. We just wait for them to die, and then the kids have some sort of knowledge that's moldering, and will make them archaic humans as well. Okay, yeah, let's do feet. Especially the back feet. Be bad. Okay, so toes would be a lot shorter. Oh, or do we go with these? These are some good toes. So many different types. Go pointy, I guess. Most of them are pointy and not sausage-like. Like, even if they're kind of chubby, they'll have... Not skinnier than this. Wasn't there something about it? The hairy ones and their claws? Got a little bulbous at the. Either way, we just make them a lot thinner, I think. So yeah, Tony, what are you up to today? Anything interesting? Finishing up some client work? Sending something off for approval? Construction? Rendering? Okay, everything smaller. Talk about the important topic, Danger. What is the important topic, Tony? Sorry, I missed. I missed the news this morning with the extra special topic of the day. So forgive me. Just fill me in real quick, and we'll get on topic. Is it that gamers are just too easy? They get upset for a half a second about something, and they get slighted a couple of times. And you know, the third time something seemingly good happens, they're just like, yes, this is it. We won. It's like, no. Take down the corporation. Corporations are bad. D&D lives in the hearts and minds of everyone. Yeah, Tony, I'm still waiting. What's the important topic? Money and contracts? Wait, why is that the important topic? And also, what about them? I actually don't know what on this topic we are supposed to cover. But usually money doesn't come without contracts. An interesting point. Usually it doesn't. That's true. But then again, yeah, money usually doesn't come without providing a service, right? If you are providing a service, everyone wants protection, so you're not just going to cut and run. The thing that gets me, and I don't want to go on a long rant about this, though, is background checks. Oh my goodness. Please pay this company money so that way they can ask you a bunch of questions about your background, do an incomplete background check that shouldn't give anyone any confidence, and just hope that they, deciding your fate, don't find the wrong person. Or like, I don't know. I think even the fact that they ask you for info, they're bad. They're terrible. Background check services are just like, I think if a company is going to ask for a background check, I'm just going to be like, I don't think I'm interested in working here. Such a liability. And they usually do like credit checks. Like, why do you need to know credit? Like, I'm looking for a job in circumstances, Why would you make me pay and then do a credit check to see if I have money or not? Like, it doesn't matter. You're the one that needs the money. You're the one that needs to pay me. Incomplete background briefing is the best part. Yeah, right? You mean incomplete background on contracts or on like job stuff? Yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised more people don't have a problem with background checks. They're really bad, and they're like linked to all of the credit services, which are also very notably bad for humanity. They're like independent companies that have suckered the government into being like, we are an oversight committee. Like, you're not, though. You're criminals. You are organized crime by the definition. Anywho. So yeah, what is your feeling on contracts and backgrounds? Unfortunately, you need what? To do background checks? Usually, you usually do your briefings. So you made all the wrong stuff. Oh man. That's so good. And sometimes I make the wrong stuff. I usually try not to go too far with anything before I get some sort of like approval. So wait, when is the last time you actually made the wrong thing? I think earlier last year I made something. I thought I understood what they were asking for. I did not. It was one small aspect of a bigger project. So I ended up doing something twice, which is fine. It was a very artistic project. It was good to get ideas out, you know. But it is funny sometimes. It's like, oh, that's what you meant. Or sometimes you're like in the middle of the meeting and you're talking about it and you're like, oh, wait a second. Now I know. Now I understand. This related to that. Why didn't I put that together? I thought it was a separate feature. I feel like that's a connected event last year. That's not too bad. Did you find all your contracts come at the same time? Am I alone there? It's just like I get nothing and then all of a sudden everyone wants something all at the same time. Like this summer is going to be like that. Like I said, my newest game ripoff is almost a thing. Only a few features left. Came together way faster than I expected. Way faster than expected. I guess it's a benefit when you're like in a grid-like mindset. Like literally when you've been doing stuff around grids and then you go to something else that also has a grid and you're like, okay, yeah, this is fresh. Fresh on my mind. You're back? I didn't know you left. For everyone's sadness. I was talking to myself, so it's fine. A phone call. Ooh, an important one. Tell us all the details and make sure that you type out all of the numerical data with spaces. Just for easy reading. To warn the engineer about a project mistake. What a fun call. I hate to ask. Was it your mistake? Was it something that couldn't have been avoided? Okay, yeah. How thin do we go? Do we put the pads just need to be smaller, even if we do have them. Maybe like that. Horn, why bother? You'll dig up a link. Oh, exciting. Something was missed in the final version. Pool and a structural wall. Well, those are kind of important. It's a bit slow of a read. Okay, yeah, there's a bit much to that. I'll check that out later. Death by middle management. Oof. Those are always entertaining, though. Oh, it's part of the main structure. The wall is close to the site and the pool. Who needs a pool? Right. I mean, what are you going to use a pool for? Is there a way to do carbon sequestration with a pool? I mean, maybe actually, just not with the water. Or maybe, do you do the undersea kelp pool farm? Yeah, no, I had a family member that had a pool, and it was just noted that a pool is like not good. They're like fun, but the amount of times you use them versus the amount of times that you need them to be maintained, and not even just regular upkeep, but like just something small happens and the whole thing needs to be drained and repaired and then refilled and then like chemical balance or what have you. You know what I mean? You can pay tens of thousands of dollars just to have a couple of days in water. Vegetation is more for carbon consuming. Water could help make the ambient less dry. That sounds good. Vegetation does it better. We just gotta find the way to put the vegetation on the water. Lotuses everywhere. Okay, so we need them not to be roughly the same length. I don't know which one's the longest toe. Okay. How do lumberjacks shut down their computers? I don't know. Do they axe it nicely? They log off. Oh, that's a good one. That's really good. Better than what I came up with. It'll probably make its house like a swamp. I mean, I like a swamp. I like a good swamp. If they ever make a bug-free swamp, I'm moving right in. Create a room for many frogs, right? Friendly frogs, they'll hop right up to you. Very good for de-stressing. Swamp house concept, it's the only way to be. Gotta be a swamp, people. Kind of like that. Here we go. Are alligators allowed in the swamp? Man, I would love an alligator. Especially if you feed it. So it doesn't try to eat you. I'm sure, not that they can be tamed, but you know, they can be persuaded to eat other things. Can it be a proper swamp without them? I mean, you could have inflatable ones, you could have like a floating log. They're really just replicating a floating log while also being nature's garbage disposal. Nature coming from everywhere. Yeah, you can't call it a swamp without a proper reptile. But maybe you could have a small, maybe you have a caiman, right? Wait, let's pull up a quick pic. Hopefully it's that thing I'm thinking of. How do you spell it? With a K? Okay, sure. You know, they don't actually look small enough. They could be smaller. So it's an alligatorid. New word learned today. Alligatorid. Okay, they get a little bit big. We need a little one, something that looks like an alligator or a crocodile. It doesn't get too big. Like this. There we go. We need a dwarf caiman. Oh, Tony, you're the closest one. You have to fetch it. How big do they get? Average 1.4 meters. That feels reasonable. Hey zombie, how are you? We're just picking out the correct lizard reptilian life forms for our new swamp house. Swamp gators and huge snakes. I get huge snakes, also not afraid of. Like the bigger the snake, the more I think it's fine. It's gonna be too lazy to try and kill me. I guess up to a point. There is a point where I'm maybe the only reasonable meal in an area. We need a giant dwarf alligator, Mechablo. We could do. We could do. They would have some really cool, bony, scaly weapons. We could figure that one out. They are cute, though. I would love having one by my house. Yesterday, you saw a Joey Gator? Do I want to know? It's probably a content creator, right? It's a fashion, from what I can tell. Designer, maybe? Ali was off? Huh? A Joy Gator. Joey. Joey Gator. Oh, I get it. Because Ali was off. It's an alligator. So you have a substitute. I get it. Man, you have the jokes today. It still looks a bit like a bearded lizard. I think it's because I tried to make tiny eyes. I can't make a frog with small eyes. It's like against frogs. Did we get the button to work? Up to a point, Cryogi found where our problem lies in a known bug. Is that a forum? Or some thread of known bugs, and they said it would be fixed in 3.4, but it's not. So hopefully 3.5, fingers crossed. It mostly works. Just the multiple UVs. And there's a chance if you can get the UV from before you do anything, like get the UV from an input mesh, you could probably export it before you do anything to the mesh, and hopefully that would do it. But I don't know, I haven't tried that, and I also think that I might have problems. I've been kind of like waiting. But yeah, it mostly works. So if you wanted to do your chain export, that should be fine. I think the only real problem is like I'm bringing in meshes that have UVs. I'm joining them together in our group node, and then it's having a hard time outputting those through scripts. Don't know, trying to be a nice guy. Easy there, smooth skin. I want to play Fallout soon. Actually, I've been having a good time with Might and Magic. I think I'm going to finish Might and Magic 6. Here's a chance. And then I don't know, would I do 7? Or do I do the modded open source 7? But anyway, Atlas, do you have a need for the button? We could provide the button for you. User testing is always appreciated. You fixed an unwrapping issue in your chain geonode thing. Didn't get anywhere with any exports. Okay. But yeah, we could probably help you with that. Don't have a need for exporting? That's fair. Yeah, I don't have a super need for exporting past my tile nodes right now. But I think that just goes on the back burner until 3.5. 3.5 is slated for March, so we're gonna have to see. It's a long time to wait. But yeah, probably just wait, because it's just textures that we're missing out on. How did you find unwrapping in geonodes? You feel like you leveled up? Two chemical brothers. Wait, for what? Which song specifically? You got bored looking at export related things and did something else? Yeah, I'm excited to have another idea for what to do with geonodes, but right now I'm kind of fresh out. Didn't they have the "it's time to push the button"? Yes. Push the button. Every push the button. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a jam. I feel like I should know more Chemical Brothers. I know a lot of Chemical Brothers, just like I get their individual songs a bit mixed up with other similar artists. Galvanize, yeah. You're making a seam at edges on the Z0, but found that you had been too lazy and it fails with odd number resolutions. That's interesting. I wonder if mine also has that problem, because it sounds similar to how I did mine. That's what Google is for? Oh, Google. But yeah, I'm still having my browser hoarding issue. I have yet to actually clear out the Chrome soon. So right now we use the internet sparingly. Okay, feet are better. Arms probably be a bit better. And how much do we leave for texture? Good to shovel in more nodes to get that fixed. What did your final solution end up looking like? The chain should be here somewhere. Yeah, I'm just curious. I think I did a selection based off of. Yeah, I feel like it was Z0, but it could have been Z0 and if the verts were at the same height. And yeah, you do the chain link before you put it in the chain. And that helps. Because that should be already set to kind of like an origin point. At least it was for me. Chain profile is in the Z direction. I think I had mine laying flat. I guess it was, yeah, if Z was 0, I would have been at the like middle seam. And then it might have been extra, but I feel like I did if Z equals 0 and if Z, like the edge info where you get the two verts, checking to see if the vert Z is at the same height. Just so I didn't pull, I guess, the like up and down ones, because some of the edges would have a vert where we want to cut, but another vert out from that. And I didn't want the crenellations, is that the right word for it? Maybe like that. Okay, the last thing that we haven't touched almost at all is the projectile gun part. Let's look up some reference, because I was thinking it would be cool to go for a chameleon tongue, or even just check out what a frog tongue looks like as it's being shot out of its head. Both could be good. Okay, lots of images. Start with maybe the chameleon. Yeah, look at that. That's cool. Nice and veiny. Nice vascular, fleshy tube. How crazy that thing is. And you have a whole rainbow in your mouth. That's nuts. Really neat, like where it's, yeah, still in the mouth. I mean, even just doing this mouth without the eyes. I'll have to put some like ridges. Really keeps the mouth nice and watertight. It retracts a lot too. There's some cool ones, I guess. That's interesting. Maybe I should have it roll out. Roll out and then like shoot a thing and then roll back up. Man, I didn't have that when I was a kid. All you need is one of those party things, party whistles. Okay, yeah, we have enough, I think. You can also look at frog tongues. Not as interesting. What's even happening? That's fake. It's just like a big wad of gum. Nudes in Blender? Thank you. Interesting. I'd like to compare that to mine at some point. Just to compare. Very curious. So okay, this is the unwrap right here. Seems legit. Ah, too bad. Makes me want to plug some nodes though. Need a fresh idea for nodes. I feel like doing houses or dungeon nodes or dungeon tiles is still something we want to do past March with big fingers crossed. Big sausage fingers crossed. Hoping for some fixes in yeah, wait, where? In the node system? Or is it in the coding? I feel like it might be in the node system where you I think they even mentioned selecting by type. That's an interesting. And yeah, we'll put some science in. Bless it with some science. Frog tongues kind of suck. So I think merge like all three. Has a cool opening thing. Makes it a lot easier to be a projectile. And this has a good texture and layers, and then this has a good back section. All together, it's gonna look so cool, maybe, hopefully. You okay, Cryogi? Do I need to call for help? Okay. Cleaning your keyboard? Good. You should do that regularly. I should do that. Has anyone showered with their mouse pad before? From what I understand, the best way to clean a mouse pad is by shampooing it. I happen to have a pretty big mouse pad. Yeah, that might be coming up soon. His forearms might be a little bit short, or maybe the upper arms are a little bit long. We'll fix it later. Fix it in post. So when you clean your keyboard, do you pull all the keys out? You have mechanical key switches? You don't have rubber dome, right? Like, no way. There's no way I believe that Cryogi has a rubber dome keyboard like a pleb. You haven't had a mouse pad since 2005. I mean, when I'm not home, I don't bring it with me. I'm not like a mouse pad purist or something. Actually, I mainly got it because my original computer desk was like one of those cheap folding desks with the particle board? No, particle board's the like chipboard, like the really rough, crappy stuff. Really cheap foldable furniture. And it got to the point where it didn't have protection. It was starting to rot at the end, and it was hurting me. So I had to get a mouse pad, and I never looked back. I was like, okay, fine. I have a mouse pad now. I'm a mouse pad people. I guess it's also nice to not get my computer desk all gunky, because I'm sure where I moved my mouse around a lot, there would be some interesting bits of me left behind. You hate noisy keyboards? You do have a rubber dome keyboard. Is that what you're trying to tell us? Go for this one to the back. Think it's silly neo nostalgia? I don't like the click, I like the feel. I like the feel of a mechanical keyboard, and it's hard for me to go back. Squishy keys are really the bane of my existence. I don't care about the noise. I know there are people out there that are like, I need the noisiest blue caps in the world. Yeah, I want stealth caps if I can get them. Who would use a mouse and a pad when you can just plug in a theremin via MIDI and via Minority Report with a clean desk? Well, you know, that's an interesting point. I've never heard of a theremin actually being used as a computer input, and I don't know why it wouldn't be. I'm down for that meme. How much is a theremin? I assume they're expensive. That might need to be a stream goal. You've used Apple keyboards for 2 decades. Oh yeah, I forgot. You were tortured and scarred from work. I'm sorry. We need to get you rehabilitated. And I'm surprised that Mac people aren't the ones that are like, oh, you need mechanical switches for everything. But I guess they want the cheap Chinese crap from any factory. Not any factory, the most expensive factory that they can sell you for way, way, way too much money. Right? Isn't that the Apple deal? They lost the idea of actually being quality products like a long time ago. Did someone make buckling spring keyboards? Buckling spring keyboards? That's an interesting question. We could look it up. I heard that, by heard, I was reminded that Apple went away with the butterfly switch keyboard. Buckling spring keyboard. So is it really about the keyboard? I think it's more about the, not the caps, I guess. Key switches, that's the word. I mean, yes. Wikipedia at least has an image for it. Buckling spring. Looks old. Used 1978. Oh, wait, hold on. This is in the Model M? So yeah, this is in what people describe as being like the best keyboard ever made. Just to put that out there. Old computer room back in school had a bunch of sweet 8088s with floppy drives and IBM buckling spring keyboards. I mean, yeah, they are the gold standard of non-customized keyboards. Of, I guess, mass-produced keyboards? You love Apple keyboards? You would only switch keyboards if there would be glass keyboards without mechanical parts that don't suck. that sounds interesting. What does a Mac keyboard even look like these days? Apple? I feel like Mac's going to bring up something very specific. Because they're not Macs anymore. I mean, they're a MacBook Pro. A MacBook. And you know what I'm talking about. Magic Keyboard? You're paying as much as I am for a mechanical keyboard for like a nothing. For like a laptop experience. I can't even show you, but yeah, $200 for a laptop experience. I died a little bit inside today. And you would need earplugs against that the sound. Oh, Craig, you must have the best ears in the world. So what kind of headset do you use? I don't remember you weighing in on this. Since now we know you have the golden ears of the community. Not too bad. We're getting somewhere. If there ever had been more than one or two people at a time who could touch type, yeah. Wait, what? For what? You've never used laptop keyboards for more than 5 minutes because those are torture. So, like, in general, I can't really stand what you would call a chiclet style keyboard. Like, those are hard for me to deal with. And it sounds like you want just the most expensive luxury chiclet keyboard in the world. It's interesting because maybe it's legit, but maybe also you like something that is largely faulty, cheap crap, and then only at the upper echelon where you are paying way too much money does the chiclet keyboard actually, yeah, not horrible. You want the least sound. That's it? Is that your only metric in a keyboard? So if they could have full depth keycaps, you would use that if it was perfectly silent? ThinkPad keyboards weren't too bad before they gave up and Lenovo trashed them. Yeah, I still kind of like Lenovo's design for a lot of things, but yeah, I agree. I like the little joystick they had. That was a great addition. But they were also so expensive for like what I would consider a nerd computer. For like a computer that doesn't even run things that well. It's like a programmer's laptop. Yet they charge an arm and a leg, and they put a little, a tiny little nib in the keyboard, and they're like, here you go, here's the Elite Awesome. And I would have gotten it too, because I think I like their form factor a lot, but who can justify the price for something that usually has kind of whatever hardware? No, keycaps, Those are archaic. So 5 decades ago. How? So you are touch typing. You have like a capacitive screen keyboard. Because if it has a moving part, I'm going to call it a keycap. Unless it has a moving part that's not part of the keys, I guess. Just to cover my bases. Yeah, what is your perfect keyboard then? Can't even be Apple. Apple doesn't have a... Well, are you an iPad user? Have you been mobile this whole time and you're not telling us? Ryogi, I feel a little betrayed. ThinkPads always had business prices, but most users never paid for them themselves. That's fair. That's, yeah, very real. But also, man, what a horrible economic system where you get away with making things more expensive because you know a corporation's going to buy it. Like, can things not be worth what they're actually worth? Does everyone have to be a scumbag? It's like, oh, it's fine because I'm only going to sell to enterprise, or I mainly sell to enterprise. And it's like, it really isn't. This is not okay because the enterprises get away with being like, we can treat people like shit because we have to buy all these laptops for everyone and they're so expensive. Yeah, I don't know. You should charge for what it's worth. So don't buy Apple. Don't buy Lenovo. I'm happy there are laptops coming out now that you can like swap parts out on. That seems legit. Perfect keyboard. Glass plate with printed key layout that has some force feedback. Not touch. Where if you hold the key, it repeats. So the force feedback, that would have to be over the entire, we'll call it a slab. Right? So whenever you touch a key, so if you're touching multiple keys at the same time, you just get buzz buzz, and you don't know which one's going. That's fine. That's fine. Sounds cool, actually, if you could figure out how to do it. The laser keyboards always were really finicky. But the idea that you could just touch at the right place and it could read your input would be really good. The other thing is like, wait a second, at that point though, do you really want a printed piece of glass? Don't you just want like a shiny piece of glass? You don't want to besmirch it with the English language, do you? Typing on a glass plate. I might like it actually. I need a prototype. Everything's wrong about computing devices. My favorite phone felt like just a stone. It really did. It was the Samsung Galaxy S8. A little bit of rounded edges. The front and back were both glass. And it was just like a little black onyx stone. Loved it. With glowing keyboard layout in the glass. Okay, I'm sold. I'm sold. If you can get glowing in the glass. Isn't that hologram tech at that point, though? Trying to get a beam of light to stop at a... No, we have focal points for lasers. It must be doable, right? There are projector keyboards. You can put the layout on glass plate, have fun. No, you can't. I think that's part of what we're talking about, is if you've tried one of those or if you've seen someone try them, you know how the idea is kind of there, but I think you'd actually need to sink a lot of money into your camera and AI tech to actually be able to type without occluding. Yeah, and get accurate typing, because you can get misclicks, and you can also like touch all the way down and it can like not quite register that you're pressing a button. Catalyst, have you not thought about it? Did you not see the projector keyboard and like me think, that's amazing, I want that, I need that? Oh, I so did. I was there. I didn't get one though. I didn't. Thankfully. Let's go for a pad on a screen keyboard then. No occlusion issues there. That's not a bad point. Yeah, you could just use an iPad. There's probably an app to just turn your keypad into, or your iPad into a keyboard. Would that satisfy you, Cryogi? There's a laser burn, bubbles, and glass, but if you could program the glowing layout for different layouts, right? Can you do it with low power, so you're not actually burning the glass or etching? At the same time, if you could, I'm sure that Looking Glass company, is that what it's called? You know, wouldn't be such an expensive and magical thing. We'd probably have the tech already. And pay $2,000 for a keyboard? I mean, there are more expensive keyboards out there, I'm sure. Besides just solid gold keyboard, there was one that had individual LED or OLED screens for each key that was, I think, around $2,000. Another keyboard that I was like, oh man, someday. Imagine going into Blender, right? And every key has a little icon on it for what it's actually going to do. And then you press shift and all of your keyboard changes over to what your keys now do with the modifier pressed. That's the dream, right? Glowing keyboard layout in glass. You mean a screen? No, you need to, I mean, okay, yeah. Yeah, a screen, but like the most technologically advanced screens, right? Like the AR ones that you can see through and then they can black out to give you images. Yeah, that would be awesome. That's actually a great idea. So, was it Razer that just put like a big LED layout on a screen or on a keyboard? There's one that has a little LED, and then there's one that has I don't know, like an RGB light array across the whole keyboard. Nuts. We're making fun of things, but we're making fun of things that I think do already exist. I mean, it would be a really cool idea. It would be like a tablet, but imagine a tablet that could go completely transparent. There you go. You're welcome, worlds. I just extrapolated an idea that you desperately needed. I'll take my money, please. That's cool. Now, this one? But why do you want to type on glass? I mean, I like this. I like my keyboard. I like my mechanical keyboard. There's a lot of benefits to having like just a slab of glass you can throw into a bag and be on your way. I mean, imagine being able to carry 2 or 3 keyboard-sized pieces of glass, and then you put 2 of them together and they'll be your monitor, and the third one is your keyboard. And then you just need to transport that with a tower, which if you cared, you could make like a mini ATX case. And then you'd have like a really ultra portable solution. I've seen people that put the little LCDs on the front of their gaming PC. So like, I don't know, people do dumb things. This would be smarter than some things people do already. There's no sound from the keyboard. Could we make a transparent speaker? We need to just excite the glass particles to a certain level that they, make a sound. We'll do it. We'll just make a block of glass. It'll be your everything device. We were just specifying a feedback on glass that's a definition, a buzz of some kind. That's true. The force feedback would give you a buzz. We would also need to look at like silicone feet or something to remove any of those possibilities, because we need the most silent keyboard in the world. And the kicker? Ready for the kicker? No matter how silent we make a keyboard, unless it's made out of cloth, I'm going to come along and you're going to hear my nails clicking and clacking on whatever surface we decide to make. And Cryogi's still going to freak out. You can't make a silent user. That's cool, that's cool. Let's go for... Oh, I think it's a bug in there. That's fine. You are what you eat, right? So weird. So it feels like this tube expanded in this one. To do a little inventing. Yeah, the feedback could be a soundless vibration. There's no such thing. Show me a soundless vibration. Show it to me. I must see it and visualize it. Because then you're asking for like a sound that's not a sound, because the sound can only exist with vibration. Nails more than 1 millimeter are not allowed on keyboards? I don't know about that. 1 millimeter? What kind of torture do you do? How do you even get a nail clipper down that far? You used to do sport climbing? Really? Okay, so you're one of those people that can hang on a like half-inch ledge with just your fingertips? If so, I'd be impressed. Did I see that? Did I see that on Mythbusters? I feel like it was Mythbusters. About like heroes hanging on for dear life off of ledges. And they were like, yeah, you can do it. You just actually need to train. Which means, no, you probably can't do it. Not anymore, though. The nails are there to be clipped away? I don't know about that. I feel like they're there to be finger armor, to make sure that the ends of your fingers aren't lost in case of crushing. Because otherwise you just have a loose bit of flesh there and a hard thing in the middle that would help to destroy the flesh even easier. Protect the top, not scratch everything you touch. I mean, I don't. When is the last time you had a nail that was, by your definition, long? And what was that? I feel like there's a missing experience that you might be adding in artificially. Because I don't necessarily scratch everything I touch. It's actually more of like clacking, where I have a hard surface touching another hard surface. Not like if I squeaked and scratched every time I touched something, I also would not have long nails. That would drive me crazy. But my keyboard's already clacking, so I don't really care if I have long nails. (1832). So when do we say that we have proof that Cryogi's a vampire? Is there another? Are you a lich? Maybe you're not a vampire because you're a lich. You can't type if your nails start touching the keycaps. It's fair. To each their own, I guess. I have this situation where when my nails get too short, I have to like deal with having too much sensation on my fingertips because they don't usually feel things. Like the very, very tips, like the end bit. See, I just get used to having the long nails, and the nail is the extension of my finger. Don't know if they need them. No one needs... Oh, maybe someone needs them. I don't need them. I'm just way too lazy to cut them. And then what do I cut them down to? Because I really hate having short nails. It's a whole thing. And I see so many people with like really dry looking fingers because they cut their nails too short, and their like their cuticles, their nails, and all of the skin around their fingers for some reason get chalky. Workers' hands or something. Maybe they go hunt by your own hands at night. That would be great. And if I had possessed hands, it would just go hunting for me. Of course, I don't think you're allowed to ask questions, like where the food comes from. You had many friends with right hand long nails to play acoustic guitar. That's legit. I have a lot of people that ask me if I could play guitar. You're only allowed to have long fingernails if you play classic Spanish guitar professionally. How do you become a professional without practicing, though, Crayogi? So, can we expand that to aspiring professional Spanish classical guitarist? Some to play the bass, but besides it, nobody. Absolutely nobody. There's not a single human being. Do you play classic guitar? I do not know. If I had a guitar, I would probably not play classical things on it. Even being an amateur, having long nails, it's kind of a starting point. Yeah, so I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I will be a professional musician someday. Nowadays, most call it more fingerstyle besides classical. Because most classical guitarists play popular music also. Just a tech. Makes sense. And have you heard banjo double picking? I wonder if there are people that double pick with their fingernails. From what I understand, double picking, you have like a special banjo pick that wraps around your finger. I don't know if your nails are angled correctly for it. But banjo, clearly the superior stringed instrument play style, right? Is there anything more extreme than that? It's like metal drumming, except, not. Have you heard about double pluck? Yeah, double picking is really cool. It's amazing that one person can make so much sound. What's something you do with your thumb using it like a pick? Like alternative picking but with a finger. To sound like a slap bass tech. Oh, that's interesting. Love me some slap bass. And I used to think Les Claypool was the best, and I still think he's really amazing, but then someone showed me Victor Wooten, and my mind was blown. But 2 times faster. I don't know Victor Wooten personally, but I do know of, and I've heard some. He did like a dueling banjos that I think got a little bit viral back in the day. I think that might be what I saw. It was really good. He's just insane how fast he can play. Guy's a genius? Yeah, right. Yeah, I couldn't even think that fast. Oh, Tony, I never told you. My wife was like, "Oh, bossa nova. I know some bossa nova," and actually showed me some African bossa nova that I was very impressed with. I want to say his name was Statke. Really good, very jazzy. Yeah, I guess not all bossa nova is totally boring. Wow, have you ever heard of him? Let me see if I can find him. Yep. Latu Statke? Yeah. Really cool stuff. I committed the bossa nova crime. What is the bossa nova crime? I'm unaware. Enlighten me. I know ignorance is no excuse for the law, so clearly I need to face my punishment. But I should at least be educated first. Calling bossa nova boring. Oh, yeah, well, you know what? I was guilty of that a long time ago. I mean, can I call it casual? Is casual too toxic of a word in today's society? Bossa nova is some seriously casual music. The usual punishment is to listen to Djavan music from your Discord server. Okay, will do. A bunch of those things you posted weren't available in my region. I'm not trying to make excuses, I promise. Not trying to make excuses, but at the same time, I can't listen. Made me very sad. Okay, this probably needs to line up, right? Just still stay posting it forever? The one that specifically I can't listen to? Okay. You have a remotely sound related question. Okay. I'm listening, and if I know the answer, I will provide it. Also, Craig, you didn't say what kind of headset you had. I am curious because I hate my headset. If you're still around and not listening to like sumo wrestling and chess and Tetris at the same time. How would one make a sonar sim type effect render? Actually render the sound waves? Or make like simulate and render out a sound? Because I'm not 100% sure. I've always been kind of curious in like, can I, as a programmer, make a waveform and then put it through something to get, what does this sound like? That sounds like a fun way to try and do music. Most backwards way possible. You couldn't figure out how to make slow light rays. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. So in Unity, I would probably use like you can draw lines. You could try drawing lines. Or you could draw a texture. You could actually draw a texture and just do the math and use ones and zeros for your, or like, between 1 and 0 to get a grayscale image. I think that's probably what I would do. Because even that, if it's blurred enough, you could put it through a normal map and it could actually distort space. Like if you wanted to do what am I thinking about? If you wanted to do like a sonic boom effect, you could use a normal map on a plane to warp space. You'd be fine with just an impulse wave propagation. Constrained to Blender. How would you draw a texture in Blender? There like has to be a way, right? I'm kind of convinced. Oh, but you could use Unity too, right? Because that's free. I'd like to have it done in 3D space. Is it supposed to be volumetric? Or is it supposed to be a 2D on-off kind of thing? More like visible sound. Like visible sound to me is like a normal map that would bend the light rays going through an area. Probably make something with particles. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't know if they would be so continuous. Hmm. Yeah, actually, I would definitely do Unity. That's just me though. I would do Unity because I could like create a sound wave, and then for every point on the circle thing that I'm connecting, I can check to see if I hit something. I can like raycast forward in a direction. If I hit a wall, then I can bounce back. Right? That's where I would go with it. That's the tool I'm comfortable with. The idea is to have a scene return a signal with delays. Wait, now I'm confused. Because there's definitely easier ways to do that. Like sending a signal with delay than to do a whole simulation for sound. It's easy with light with the kind of tool we have. But for sound, the propagation takes time. Yeah, that is interesting. Like, I also don't fully understand what you mean. Because when you describe it, I'm just thinking of like, the Doppler images that they have. Doppler effect? Internet, work with me. They don't even have the good ones. This is the good one, this one. Everyone's using concentric circles, and I'm used to bands. Like, I am very legitimately more used to seeing it like this than in actual Doppler. It's just like everything's a concentric circle that becomes eccentric when you move. So yeah, I would just think at every point of the eccentric circle, it would just be another point of undulation. Yeah, I guess kind of like this, another point of undulation, and that could be turned into a normal map. But if you're actually trying to return data from the wave to a camera, I don't know. Don't know. Sounds cool. Use volumes with textures. A good idea. Couldn't think of anything, so you just raycasted dots onto some objects. Okay. Yeah, volumes with textures sounds cool. But again, to get this, I still don't know if this is the effect you're looking for. And by this, I mean the Doppler Google image search. Yes, the inside needs more of the flap. And what do you call the little flaps on the side of your tongue? Or maybe not like side, like base of your tongue? Because this feels like them. thought about volumes. You're not sure if you can make the propagation happen. Doppler effect isn't necessary. You just wanted to have a sound front go out and bounce around. I mean, you could definitely do that with some raycasts. I've definitely done a few projects like that in Unity. That was fun. Or you could use a texture on a light that projects, like a photo slide. Not a bad idea. And then you do the bounces with a light catcher? I'm intrigued. If you had a scene like that, but instead of raycasted points, it would be a sound front. So wait, could you just blur this? Like, yeah, everything I'm thinking, you would do points and then you would just interpolate between the points. But then you would need the secondary fall off, right? That's also, that might even be more what you're looking for, is like it hits this and it bounces off and you would see like a dimmer set of points on the backside. See, I don't know what sound is supposed to render like. Except for blurry white, I guess. What's missing from the image is time. Oh, okay. That is a good point. Well, I mean, it's a moment in time, so you would need a sequence of images to get the full effect, right? And use Blender 3.5 beta or alpha with the simulate node. Ooh, that's a cool idea. I want to try the simulate stuff. Blender 3.5 doesn't happen to have the solution that we're looking for, does it? With the vector 2 versus vector 3 UV stuff? Because if it doesn't, I don't know if I have a ton of hope that it's actually going to make it in 3.5. Anywho, let me take a quick break. I'll be back soon. Like 5-ish minutes. Let me do a quick shout out to Alina Likes Cozy because she rated me yesterday like the second I pressed the button, or in enough time that I noticed absolutely nothing. Shout out, go follow her. She's a wonderful human being that I accidentally slighted yesterday. Apologies, and be back soon. Okay, I am back. Sorry, let me catch up. Thought about making bounces with raycasts, but you're convinced your PC will never survive the workload of trying to make a ray tracing with GeoNode. Yeah? If it could be deterministic, you could always just do one frame at a time, but yeah, making it all deterministic might be it. Blender Beacon 5? Released March 29th, 2023. Yes, we have to wait till it's even the end of March, so it's like still 60 days away or something. Release notes. A store named attribute node can now store 2D vector attributes. So it does confirmed will fix. The mesh primitive nodes now output a UV map. Previously, that was stored as named attribute with a hard-coded name. Okay. You didn't see the node preview in the list, but they could still add it. Man, how do we keep getting into this situation where it literally is always just one version away? I mean, at least they fixed the thing. At least that's big. So I guess we could jump over to 3.5 beta at some point and then get our dungeon tiles working. Blender's like fusion power. Yeah, it's always just 5 years away. I've heard that. You're not alone. Definitely heard that. Okay, do we go with a thick one? I think we go with a thick one. Yeah, hopefully Blender will be adding some of these things soon. Then I was thinking about, I think no previews are a pipe dream. Even if we get them, I still don't know that they're efficient enough or have enough like texture node manipulator nodes to actually make it full viable solution. Like if we got previews, you would still have problems doing baking, right? And baking is kind of the main point I have with doing textures in Blender. I guess Cycles is good. It like would be worth doing renders in Cycles, I guess. Could render anywhere. It's almost a full ecosystem. Almost. Ooh, release node. Always so big. Nodes and physics? Why is physics with nodes? Nodes and physics. Oh, and blur. Blur's good. That's good. These are the ones that were holding us up. Mirror's cool. Mirror's something Substance Designer didn't have at first. Not until the last couple of years, I think. Interesting. And why do you have to rename everything? This is so annoying. All of the documentation that you try and find for nodes for the past 2 or 3 versions, like, people are gonna be like, oh, you have this problem that you can describe? Here, use this node. And now there's gonna be like so much crap getting renamed. And it sounds good. But I think I've tried to use both of these, and neither of them quite do what I need. I'm like, okay, you keep renaming things, but it doesn't make them more usable. Honestly, don't think that describes what they do that much better. Still think the only way to really sample something from another mesh is to turn a part of the mesh into a curve and then sample the curve at a point. And then stored data on that is like lost. Weird situation. But a part of me also kind of really loves the problems I have with Blender nodes. I feel like they're high-level problems. And then I get far enough before I have a problem. Should we go through the rest of the list? I'm kind of curious what else to look forward to. Sculpt, paint, texture. I did there. I had extrude node for trim. They did a user manual. Great. Great, and then they changed the key mapping. Great. Do you poke geonodes through the API yet? I think we just got modifiers, which geonodes is a modifier, and then applied that. Higher level problems. You're so good at geonodes. Listen, I'm not at the point. I've done some cool stuff. They must be, right? If they weren't high level problems, then why would they wait until now to fix it? How long have geonodes been in? And it's considered a shippable bug? Or no one's found it until now? Like, the latter one's not. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I am good at geonodes. I want to see your nodes. Not that it's a competition, more the fact that you don't use geonodes at all. From your own words. And I'm trying to cover all my bases here. Trying to like not throw shade. It's a crevasse, kind of hard too. You've created geonodes with the API and passing by. You can script them. That's cool. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm still getting used to GeoNodes. I also think I'm trying to do things that are different than most people, maybe. Music hit me. I feel like I have every slider at the bottom of every volume thing everywhere, like across the board. Windows, master, volume, control mixer, everything's down like a quarter or 20%. And then like in every program, I'm like 30% or lower. Why is everything so freaking loud? Why do I have to make everything so soft? Who is blowing their eardrums out? But the whole Blender scripting thing is like MS Word macros. You're basically steering the UI to do things. I mean, yeah, it's kind of how Maya works, but that's because the commands in Mel are how to do things, and then the buttons are just calling the commands, so you can call them through code too. And it's nice having that feature parity. If things work completely different in code, then like there's no way you can actually rely on anything. I don't rely on developers to upkeep separate yet equal pieces of code. Mainly because that's not the best way to program either. That's if you're only using ops. Okay, I guess that's true. But ops is like a major part of the Python Blender library, right? Just open bmesh instead. Interesting. Bmesh is another library? Or an object type, maybe? That's where the... Ah. Okay, just casually spilling the most interesting knowledge on us. I love it, because I was definitely looking into doing some like... Oh. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so verts, can you get faces? Here's faces! Oh my god, I was literally looking for this. I literally tried to make this, and the way I got it through ops, I think it was through ops, was miserable. This might still be miserable. Faces might still actually be tries. Faces is probably tries. I would have to look into this more. Breaks guaranteed. Avoid ops. For context reasons. But I like context. I feel like context is a very controllable situation. I mean, it's just like other programming. You just have like a global variable for selected that you're going to set and use. And yeah, you use less arguments because of global variable of selected. But Bmesh has their own catches, if you recall. Something about having to toggle edit mode to make things update. That sounds like a nightmare. But I would also expect something like that in ops mode, right? Since some of the things you have to do, you need to be in a certain mode for it to change selection and whatnot. Mesh has a unified way to access mesh attributes such as UVs. So I think my big problem was I could access UVs, but I wanted to move each face, like quad face, and I could get triangles that were out of order. So yeah, I would have had to like organize stuff myself to understand the proper structure that I needed to use. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Like when you're using the Bmesh stuff, would you be able to get both triangles of a face? Or are you still just dealing with a tri? So now that I think of it, the problem I was trying to solve with that was placing every leaf of the tree geometry shader in a unified place, like stacking them. And I think if I organize my nodes differently, I can get that data done. But yeah, I could stack like the triangles on top of each other, but then they would overlap in a strange way. It's very odd. Just hide this. It looks deep and disconnected. You can get triangulated faces if that's what you wanted. Well, I'd want to get like a quad. Even though programmatically I feel like that is unreasonable. Like that's not usually how meshes are stored. But it would be nice to get a face that could break into all of the connected verts. And not like break it up into tries that then you have to piece together. Anywho, yeah, that's not a problem I really have anymore. But it'll be interesting to see how I can solve things if I need to hit Python for weird mesh stuff in the future. I guess it would mostly be because sampling meshes is a bit weird. It's like iterating through one mesh to do stuff on another without also converting it into like curves that you can sample. All right, make it shiny, give it some veins. That could be cool. I wonder how this is gonna retopo. Kind of like it. Kind of excited to do some texturing. Ooh, BMesh docs say faces have at least 3 vertices. That's what I want to hear. That's very promising. Yeah, we could try that. Okay, wait, so is there anything that I'm super missing from our frog? I feel like I've touched pretty much everything. I feel like a texture would do it good. Head might be a little bit small. But then again, we might also have to deal with bullets passing through. Yeah, I think we would have it not just be quadruped as much as a hopping kind of creature. I think that would give us at least a different movement profile. Do I need a tongue though? I do. On the back, there should be tadpoles embedded. I need to see reference of that. Maybe. It might be a little bit too high poly. Or maybe I would want to do those separately. Give it a chameleon tongue. I mean, that's kind of what this was. What about giving it a big flap tongue? A BM face has 3 or more sides. By sides, you mean edges? I mean, that's good. That's promising. You'd imagine Doc just has sides? Do you see how I'm periodically disappointed with Blender? Like, guys, your docs say what? What is a side? Like, keep consistent, please. That does make it feel way more complete. Yeah. Hopefully it'll rig well. I think this is going to be the trickiest part. A long joint. It'll be fine. Okay, saved. Everything is saved. Now, select this and let's see what happens when we retopologize. Go ridiculously low. Go like 30%. Let's just see what it gives us. Symmetry, please. Anyway, you can get B-mesh face and then something. Okay, B-mesh faces. That sounds cool. Ooh, it's done. Okay, no, go on. think I like it. I think it actually has good flow. How, oh wow, 7K at the lowest. Oh, oh wait, 1800 at the lowest. Huh. Give it a second to think. I'm sure it'll be fine. You like it? Thanks. Thanks, Code. The eye maybe sticks out a little bit. That's okay. That's a fine low LED. Yeah, decent topology. Code, what are you up to today? Anything interesting? So now that we have this in the lowest, we can send it to Maya to do our UVs. Testing your servers for a week to make sure they're stable? Sounds good. Exciting servers or like business work servers? Not that that's not exciting. Maybe a little NDA though. Yeah, I have to open mine. Testing for a week. Did you start yesterday? You work for your own company, indie game studio, and you don't believe in NDAs? Sounds good. That is cool. So, what are you testing on your servers? Is it just a basic stress test, or is it a game? Your first online game. Congrats. Yeah, spill. Tell us all about it. What kind of game is it? I'm gonna do an export. Just for no reason, just because. And then we'll bring over Maya. The Hinge is using Autodesk. We're still discussing Blender. Yep. Yeah, more or less software agnostic. More or less. And the more or less is complaints while using. Of course. I have a UV somewhere. Okay. A quick automatic that'll get everything. And then merge and sew everything. That'll give us a big UV bag. And then we can start cutting. Have I ever played Ragnarok online? Can't say I have. .5D RPG. Ooh. Is that isometric? Is that like a Diablo-like? Let's look it up. Ragnarok Online. Ooh. All stream friendly. Looks it. Ooh, okay, this is pretty cool. It's a little steeper than I was expecting. It seems awesome. I like the art style. Oh, 360 camera rotation. Okay, so 2.5D, but with many of the same problems as. And billboard characters. That's cool. I've been playing Might and Magic 6 recently, and I am surprised how much I don't care that literally everything in the game is a billboard. Yeah, probably sinking too much time into it, but it's my time. I'll do what I want with it. Too bad. Got that. It bothered you immensely when you first saw Ragnarok Online 1? You convert 3D animated models to your billboards. That's why you were interested in this model, because you like it? Cool. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I do a lot of tech artistry, and yeah, there's a time early in my career where I needed to pretty much like batch render out animations for animation review. That was a really fun, if not slightly tedious task. I think I could get away with play blasting. So wait, what? Are you using a renderer? If so, what renderer? Because that can make all the difference. That looks right. Ooh, word of the day. Animation. Let's go. You took 3D to 2D project and rewrote it to do all the 8 angles at one time with animations. In one button click. That's not bad. So yeah, what program are you using? It's an Unreal Engine project from the marketplace. That's cool. Very cool. I haven't done much with Unreal. Do a lot of Unity stuff. I could always learn more. So if you're stress testing, are you early in development or late in development? That should work. Yeah, cut this and then we'll end up sewing some of it back together. You've gotten good at taking other people's projects and blending them all together? That's pretty cool. So wait, what projects are you blending together exactly? And if you've done it more than once, what was your last project? Is it a mashup? Would you consider it a mashup? I think I like this one. Cut that. First project was a single player write for Android. That's pretty cool. RPG. What kind of RPG? I don't know if there's a good way to cut that. It'll be fine. Gotta stop fussing. Think like this. I think that'll. This. Ragnarok had Castle Wars, so you control a team of 30 to battle, and they all have separate equipment. That's kind of cool. Okay, so what are you mixing that with? Or just like a different art style? And if so, like what art style? That'll be a little awkward deal. Back to those two. Yeah, this might have been the messiest part of the retopo. Your goal was to work on those mechanics for when you made the online game. Sounds cool. Yeah, online games are not easy. Or maybe not super difficult, but really annoying to test. That's what we can all agree on. Testing networked games kinda sucks. Maybe I got this. That solves my problem. DS Lite you use for your dynamic server instancing. It spins up the maps for the game and handles map changes. Have to look into that. Use AWS for login and database. Host on Google Cloud VPS. So like, you either have some money to spend, or you must be close enough to actually be deploying some of your stuff. The other thing I find about networking stuff is like it's pretty expensive to host for the entire time that you're developing something. By end of year, you'll be in beta? Okay. That sounds promising. So does that mean you're in alpha now? And it's cool. Your definition of alpha is the same as mine. That means that you have a placeholder for all your assets. Right. And are you guys going to have an open beta or a closed beta? This part right here. The other back foot. This is the bad back foot. Okay, good call. Closed beta? You have a group you'll be opening it to? Cool. How big is your team? Or are you a solo indie? Like me. Maybe we keep these. No long, but let's try it. Year 2 by your business partner fell off the map. Ooh, yeah. And that happens all too often. How long have you been working on it? Since 2021? And fell off right at the end. That's a bummer. Yeah, well, I hope they're okay. That's always first and foremost, right? Assume that there could be something wrong with them. And just hope that they're alright. Secondly, yeah, I hope it works out, that they contact you soon and get things rolling. If you don't mind me asking, what were they responsible for? Okay, I haven't even looked at the guns. That'll be a thing. Yeah, those are the guns. Definitely need to cut those out. That's what save my bold and daring. They had 50% share in the company. You're a programmer. He is a 3D artist. I see. Okay, all right. Yeah, I've been, I guess, in a situation where I also like had to part ways with a partner. Fortunately, I did most of the work, and they were like business side of things. So like it sucks to have to do paperwork again and not have the benefits of that, but you know, could be worse. Yeah, there's tons of artists out there. At least you can hopefully find a new artist. Are you allowed to show any screenshots of what you had before things went silent? I'm curious. This gets parts of it. Oh. Oh, there's a... You know, there's someone else on Twitch, fellow developer Ravir. I don't know if you know him, but he actually picked up Blender in like 8 months and has been really going to town. Has a lot of really decent stuff for his space trucking game. What do I mean by screenshots? Do you have any like? Do you have any photographs, images of your game or of the art that was going to be in the game that you're allowed to show other people? I'm interested in like what the artist was doing, what their style was. You're streaming right now? Cool. Cool. Yeah, I'll check it out soon. Stream's probably gonna wrap up soon. Maybe I'll just raid you. So I don't know how long you're streaming for. I don't want to put that pressure on you if you don't want it. Not a streamer, don't raid you. Okay, I can check out your channel if you're just doing it for the looks. Ooh. This looks pretty cool. Have some streamception. This looks like fun. This looks like fun. Andra, do you have VMs up? How are you or do you just dual box? That's it. Oh. I mean, it seems pretty cool. Yeah, when is the last time you heard about them? We're gonna get into the drama. Do we need to send out a search party? That's 2 clients. Cool. Oh, and you have a whole remote server and everything. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I never bothered investing in an external. Well, I was doing a game where I was getting some info I was keeping in a AWS database at one point, but that's not really a networked game per se. If I was doing a networked game, I was doing it way on the cheap, which meant that I would have a laptop that I would ping into, and when I was doing like my own custom server redirect stuff, matchmaking stuff, I would also have like my laptop running. And my laptop would be both the connection client and like another user. Looks like spending a little bit of money actually does make that a lot easier. I see. Okay, wait. We selected this. Covers most of the area. You have a server for Linux or Windows that you can test on a single box. It makes testing and changing easy, then deploys to Google Cloud without a hitch. Yeah, that sounds like magic. Like voodoo magic. And I like it. I guess, yeah, note to self, don't be cheap. Really help. Okay, well, yeah, I guess that's the whole gun unwrapped. Not in proportion with everything else. That's pretty much all. Yeah, all the plugins you use combined are above a couple thousand. How much do you pay like recurringly? Because a lot of those are probably some sort of subscription, right? Everything, and then let's do layout. The layout is actually change the size. Yeah, 3D ratio. Finally, let's check out a checker. So the guns should probably be a little bit bigger. Figure out where they are. The hand. The hand. I want to put veins on these. So fit these somewhere now. Oh, just barely. It's also kind of exposed. Maybe we'll make these a little bit bigger. Uh, 16 core VPS on Google is around $500 a month. AWS is only costing $10 a month to keep the login database running. It's not bad. Sure, after the network traffic goes up, the AWS bill will be much more. Yeah, that is still expensive, right? It's still going to be like $6K for the year just to get into beta. Yeah, I guess next oddly uncomfortable question, funding? Did you get funding or is this out of pocket? The hobby project. Seems cool though. How big is the world gonna be? Yeah, feel free to answer one thing at a time. I think out loud. I think this is good. We're gonna save this. We'll get out. Okay. Here we are. Now we can import our keys. Cool. These are in. Go up to higher poly mesh. It's gonna be 40 maps plus a 180 per map. 40 maps plus at 180 per map. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, monsters. 180 monsters per map. Pretty intense. Averaging 3% CPU on 8 core per map with 180 AI. What kind of AI system? Basic AI? Using like Sculpt, a finite state machine, strips, behavior trees, A star. So you're just doing nav right now? I guess you can use A star for strips and gope and stuff. Is it like Diablo style? They would just like attack you from whatever range you set them to be at? Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Sounds thinking. So I want to export the highest level. So we can bake maps in another program for reasons. So yeah, next up I think would be, we have EVs, so we could rig it or texture it. You just put in multi-threading, so that's why you're testing it for a week. You've never used multi-threading in a game before? It's Unreal, right? I don't know much about Unreal. With Unity, most of the game engine runs on the main thread. So when you do multi-threading, you have to find unsafe or async ways to pass data between the two. Kind of a pain in the butt. You're probably through all that if you're at this stage, right? And also, is Unreal threading similar? Lots of crashes. Yeah. Networking does that. You ever forget an exception, it'll remind you. Recursion is your enemy. I like to recurse when doing simple things. But yeah, recursions, I don't know. Use it for like going through trees. You should have an enemy named Recursion. Maybe I should have an enemy named Recursion. It's most likely because you didn't know what you were doing. That's fair. I bet you do now, though. TVs. We could paint. We could set this up in Designer. Also end stream soonish. This is your first game. I think you said it was your first game as a studio. Angel Wars History of Genesis for Android was your first game. I'm gonna actually look that up. Thank you for the name. I'm very intrigued. Oh, you get a 4-star rating? Not bad. And make sure I'm not gonna like dox myself. Am I here? Doesn't say my name. Good. Good, we're fine. Okay, select class. Cosmetics, nice. Okay. I see similarities. Okay, customize little parties, you can explore towns. Very nice. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I might not do Substance Designer today. Probably wrap up at like 30. But next time, we'll probably do a full texture on the frog. Maybe we'll probably try something like this. I really like this guy. Almost looks like a plum. Yeah, thanks for joining me. Definitely a very good stream. Yeah, let's see who's doing the thing. Who should we throw a raid to? Oh, Monkej is pouring a mold. He's pouring silicone for his molds. This is exciting. Perfect timing. Alright, thank you everyone for joining me. I really appreciate you, all my lurkers, my chatters, my VOD watchers. I'll be back tomorrow between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you can join me. You can join the Discord if you want. Link in the description below. Find out when I go live. Yeah. Hope you all have a great rest of your night. I hope to see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.